Hey, V.
V, got something for you. Dunno if you know, but once upon a time, this was Silverhand's.
Fuck, Nancy just gets shit done. She just whisper Mikoshi in her ear. We'll be all set.
How you feeling ahead of the show?
Weird. Like, I'm about to pretend to be myself. Plus, Johnny's out. Never thought I'd say I missed the bastard, but I damn well do.
How about you tell me what happened with Henry?
Ancient history. Kept falling into all sorts of crap, then I'd have to dig him out.
Got tired of getting your hands dirty all the time.
All wrong. Managed to get him a gig with a decent band. Henry quit using, got his shit together. Things were going great, so he booted me out of his life.
Stopped needing you.
For a little. Needed a month partying with his new pals. Then they tossed him out because he started acting up again. Ran into him on the street. Total mess. Gonk even fainted for effect. A tug at my heartstrings.
What'd you do?
Left him right there and made damn sure he couldn't find me again.
Thanks for putting the gig together.
Please. Carrie couldn't twiddle his own asshole without my help.
Silverhand was probably the same.
Huh, worse. At least Carrie did what I told him to do, kept out of my hair.
Where's Carrie?
Should be here any minute. Told me you play really well. Better be true, because there won't be a dress rehearsal.
Right. Can't let that full house down.
Honestly, got no idea who these people are.
Just strays. Carrie didn't want word to get around.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
You think the media caught wind of this?
For sure. Hyenas.
I'd worry more about Henry's replacement.
Carrie got Drowson from Cutthroat to join us. I know him. Seen him play.
And? Any good?
He's fine. Just fine. You're the mystery dish here.
Pill time, just be discreet.
And if I start puking blood again?
Don't go making a scene. This is Carrie's big night.
I got a feeling Nancy doesn't think I can keep up with them.
Well, she's right. Ready to thrash?
I don't know. Maybe this isn't such a good idea.
Now you mention it?
It's getting worse. Maybe this gig isn't worth it?
Fine, go out and play. I'll just sit back, tend to my bleeding ears.
Okay, fine. You got me. Have fun. Let's motor.
There you are. This is Drowson, from Cutthroat.
Hey, big fan, huge fan. You too? Got all their albums? I mean, I never
Chill,
dreamed I'd...
Choom. She's in the same boat as you.
Want to talk to a star? Talk to me. And get that shaking under control.
I think my shakes are the same. Or worse.
Crowd got you stressed, or is it me?
Fuck you.
And missed you too. All right, let's do this.
This is fucked up.
What is?
Actually, got pretty nervous for this thing. Felt like I had something to prove. To myself, to you, and whoever the fuck. But all I did was have a good time. That's it.
Want to do it again?
Huh? No. That was enough.
In that case, here. Take it as a souvenir.
You sure?
Won't play without you. Just wouldn't be the same.
See what you're doing here. But I still plan on playing. You want to hear a new... Johnny. He's gone, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, but he can still hear you.
Thanks, but not in the mood for hovering tables and voices from beyond the grave right now. Maybe you should hang on to this, actually.
How was the gig?
Hella preem. Samurai's found... It's new groove.
Damn shame I had to miss it.
Nah, can still come to my show.
No, you shouldn't have. Really.
The very gun I tried to shoot Johnny with when he broke into my house.
Meaning you tried to shoot me.
Yeah. And earlier... And never mind. Cool. Feel like I fell asleep and woke up 50 years later. Back to work then. Take care, V. I'll be in touch.
Well, it wasn't so bad, was it? Too bad Care's gone off.
Guess he had somewhere to be. Badly.
Probably writing a new song as we speak.
Isn't that what you wanted? To make him feel better?
Better, but not that good.
Johnny, don't ever leave me again. I can't live without you.
A little of that could go a long way.
Hope that's it for last requests.
Maybe. Now you get a chance to do what you will.
Gotta go talk to Hanako. Fast.
Okay? Your choice.
Let's go.
Think of Tekken. Hmm. Rooting. Who the fuck was on?
Time on improving their craft rather than understanding how businesses operate. So most of my time in design school was spent learning how to draw and make models rather than learning about how design fits into a larger business context. The main thing that gets me or you or any creative hired is their experience and expertise. But knowledge and experience is the enemy of creativity because you're already making many assumptions about how the project should work. It keeps us from seeing other decisions because we just go to the proven thing that worked in the past. Now, there's nothing wrong with this. I do this professionally all the time. This is the logical path if you're trying to be efficient after all. But I would argue that it's not very creative. The bottom line is that most professional work is about the bottom line. Are you making the company more money? If the answer is yes, figure out how to make a process out of it and do it over and over again. If not, you're fired. So brutal, but it's true. Companies and society say that they value innovation or divergent thinking, and companies may even have innovation programs, but very few of them will ever go through the insane risk of going past the idea phase. This is why most revolutionary creative work is done by people with nothing to lose. They're also usually outsiders. For example, Apple created the iPod after narrowly escaping bankruptcy. The movie Rocky was Sylvester Stallone's last-ditch effort to make it as a writer and an actor. Coco Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Kanye West, and many other rappers, every single one of these creative powerhouses started with no money, no prospects, and nothing to lose. I mean, sure, look, there's plenty of spectacular creative work out there that was made by people who weren't desperate, but most people won't take that leap if they're already comfortable. Even if you do make a successful creative work, that's all people are gonna wanna see. That's why there's like 7 Rocky movies or whatever at this point.
Yo, Adrian. Yo, Adrian. Yo, Adrian.
Yo, Adrian. Yo, Adrian. Hey, Adrian. Adrian.
Imagine if Sylvester Stallone tried to do a completely different style of film. Everyone would either ignore it or just be annoyed by it. Once people sort of see you as the guy who plays Rocky or Rambo, that's what they expect from you. It's not just external pressure either. Once you start to identify with a certain style or category, you kind of want to stick to it. Rodney Mullen, for example, he's one of the most creative skateboarders to ever live. He invented dozens of tricks and he changed the way we approach the craft forever. He won 35 out of 36 contests over 11 years.
Winning isn't the word I want it once. The rest of the time you're just defending and you get into this like turtle posture, you know? Where you're not doing it. It usurped the joy of what I love to do because I was no longer doing it to create and have fun. And when it died out from under me, that was one of the most liberating things because I could create.
Once these people have something to lose, they slip into comfort and stop innovating. It's what their audience wants, and it's the safe bet for them. Success and recognition can destroy your creativity. And I don't really blame any creative people for going this route. I mean, I even do this a lot in my own work. After working so hard and finally striking gold, it can be really tough to just walk away from a successful formula. I know I might sound like a real pessimist right now. There is a silver lining to all this, but in order to come up with a solution, you have to fully understand the problem. Creativity not being valued is not just society's fault. There's a dark side to creative industries, and creative people are often their own worst enemy. First, I want to talk about Milanote. They're today's sponsor, and it's a great tool for organizing creative projects. As I've mentioned throughout this video, creativity can be really messy and chaotic. Milanote is a tool that I use to organize my thoughts when doing creative projects. When I'm ready, I can share the board with other people and team members and clients, and they can actually add feedback and we can collaborate more quickly. It's basically like the walls of a creative studio where everyone hangs up their work, except it can be viewed from anywhere in the world. It's really easy to start a project because there are over 100 built-in templates available for designers, photographers, filmmakers, and artists. I actually used Milanote to organize some ideas that I had when making this video. I have a to-do list, title and thumbnail ideas, as well as inspiration images and videos, and all of this helps me to get my creative projects done in an organized way. I've also used Milanote on other client-based design projects with great results. Milanote is available for free with no time limit. Sign up using the link in the description below and start your next creative project using Milanote. Okay, so back to the video. First of all, creators are just not very good at negotiation because we put so much of ourselves into our work. So it becomes very emotional and personal. Generally, whoever's more invested in the outcome of a business negotiation will get the worst end of the deal. We tend to only see the flaws in our own work. And this is great because it's what makes us improve our craft. But it's hard to value your own work when you know it could be better. Many of the most celebrated creative works actually lose money. One of the most famous examples of this is the animators for the movie Life of Pi. Rhythm and Hughes Studio was one of the most acclaimed animation and visual effects companies in the world, and Life of Pi was a worldwide blockbuster hit. But after Rhythm and Hughes Studio won an Oscar for their work in Life of Pi, they had to declare bankruptcy. Creators have been beaten down so much by society, by their teachers, and themselves that they don't even see the value of their own work. They think it's normal to be able to do what they do because they're surrounded by it all day. I've had several instances where people try to give away design work to me for free, or they give it to me for an insanely low rate. To be fair, I don't know what their financial situation is. Maybe they're struggling to pay rent, so I want to be mindful of that. But please preserve the value of your expertise and get a side job rather than charge low rates for your creative work. There's no shame in that. There also isn't any real support system for creatives, at least not any sort of formal one. If you want to get feedback on your work or share it with
My God, stop pressing every fucking thing. God damn it.
Otherwise, there's no clear path, unlike other fields like financial advisors, doctors, lawyers, etc., etc. If we take finance as an example, there are programs to set students up with jobs in big companies before they even graduate. It's also understood that recent graduates don't know very much, so they're mentored by senior members so that they can succeed. Meanwhile, the design and art path is just like, I don't know, man, try some art school and put yourself $100,000 in debt and hopefully it all works out. Designers not only have to be creative with the work that they do, they also need to be creative about how they make money from their skills. Established creative people tend to help the younger generation a lot less. It's a very zero-sum mentality. This is essentially rooted in a perceived scarcity of opportunities, plus massive egos in design. Creative people know that their contribution to society is really hard to measure or quantify, so they build up a big ego in order to make it seem like they're someone important. They're actually encouraged to put other creative people's work down. The thinking is that if you say everyone else's work is bad, it must mean that you have high standards and your work is really good. Senior designers, please stop doing this. Lots of people see right through it. It's just super cringe. The problem stems from something even deeper than that though. Most of the time, we simply don't fit in and we know it. I'll give you an example from my own life. When I was in second grade, the teachers would give students these little yellow star stickers for good behavior or completing an assignment or whatever else. The students would put the stickers on their desk as a sort of badge of honor, and the girl sitting across from me had like easily over 100 of them all sort of in this neat little row. And almost all of the other students had a bunch of star stickers on their desks too. I think I had about 7. The person across from me had well over 100 and I had 7.
But look at all the stars you have. I'll never be that good.
That was a very clear visual indicator to me. Like, I just did not fit into this system. And most creative people don't either. Society wants you to be a good little worker bee, and most creative people are renegade killer bees. Creativity sometimes feels more like a curse than a gift. You can't escape your own thoughts, and you want your ideas to be recognized, but a lot of the time, nobody cares. And that's not an easy thing to deal with. I know this sounds really negative, but I promise you'll be more optimistic by the end of the video. In order to address the problem, we need to understand it.
Nobody fucking cares.
In society, it's often maligned. Anytime you try to do something new or innovative, it's gonna be met with skepticism, ridicule, or even hostility. I mentioned this earlier in the video.
I'm so
but I want to give
fucking
you a specific
rusty.
example. My friend Rafi saw Prince live in concert in 1981. And at that time, Prince was an up-and-coming artist, but he wasn't nearly as famous as he is now. The audience didn't know what to make of him, though. He was this androgynous black man wearing bikini briefs and a trench coat, singing really explicit sexual lyrics. And he was singing his own unique blend of funk, soul, rock, R&B, and people just didn't really know where to place him. Was he Rick James? Was he Jimi Hendrix? Why was he dressed like that? And when people get confused about something new and creative, they ridicule it. And that's exactly what happened. The audience turned on Prince. This is actual audio from the concert. What you're hearing is a stadium of 94,000 people booing at one man in bikini briefs. They were throwing food, bottles, and shoes at him, and I can't even imagine how disappointing that must have been for Prince. I mean, he probably thought this was gonna be his big break, a chance to show the world his music, and he comes to find that everybody hates him and his work. What's most spectacular about this story is that Prince had the conviction and the courage to move forward anyway. He went on to become one of the most iconic musicians in modern history. One thing that people forget about Prince is that in spite of his outrageous lyrics and weird fashion sense, he's actually an incredibly talented musician. He played every single instrument by himself on his debut album, and he's a virtuoso guitarist. I think it's important to mention that because he wasn't all just about shock value. The thing is, he was very talented. He was super talented, but not all creative people are necessarily talented. Another inherent issue of creativity is that there's really no barrier to entry. This can actually be a really good thing because it's accessible to anyone and anyone can engage in it. But it can be a problem because anyone can call themselves an artist or a designer. Other professions are different because they have licenses or some sort of formal training. If you don't know about medicine, you go to a doctor, the valued expert there. If you can't fix your toilet, you call a plumber. But art, design, music, I mean, almost everyone can do some kind of creative work at some basic level. That doesn't mean it's going to be good, but they can at least pick up a pencil and start drawing or bang on some drums or write a quick essay. Plus, everyone wants to be creative on at least some level. That makes the quality of creative work vary widely. Overabundance of creatives, along with serious lack of business training, drives the prices down for creative work. If two people call themselves designers, but one launched several successful products to the market, and another just started tinkering around in Photoshop a few months ago, they're both designers, sure, but one is far more skilled. But on paper, they look identical. Another thing is that the uncertainty of creativity is what makes it exciting, but also exhausting. You just never know how your work is going to be received. There's a song called Losing My Edge by James Murphy of LCD Sound System. In the opening line, he speaks the words, "I'm losing my edge. The kids are coming up from behind," as you repeatedly get slapped in the face. What he's trying to communicate here is not exactly subtle. James feels beaten down and he's tired. At the time of writing this song, he's 37 years old and he's been trying to make it in the music industry for almost 20 years with no success. Every rejection is like a slap in the face. Younger, more talented artists are coming up from behind and he's just trudging through, tired as hell. Ironically, this is one song that helped catapult his career as one of the defining artists of the 2000s. This is another example of an artist who had nothing to lose, so he took the ultimate risk by putting himself out there. Now, to be fair, Prince and James Murphy are just two people out of millions who have tried to make it. Almost none of us will ever receive worldwide recognition or acclaim. So, what's the silver lining here? First of all, presentation is everything. All great creatives understand showmanship, whether it's reviewing an object that's actually cake, an iPhone unboxing, or an Issey Miyake fashion show. Presentation is everything. These Issey Miyake dresses are really cool, but they wouldn't be nearly as cool if they were presented as just a normal runway show. If you're watching this, you might be struggling as a creative person. We all do. Becoming a designer is by far the hardest thing I've ever done. I've had teachers, especially design professors, tell me that I'm not good enough pretty much my entire life, and some of them even told me I should drop out because I was wasting the rest of the class's time. People would underestimate me, and they probably underestimate you too. I'm not a world-famous designer, and I probably never will be, but I have achieved a moderate level of success. I'm a design professor, I make these videos for you, I have enough client work to pick and choose the kinds of projects that I want to work on. Here's what I did, and maybe it'll help you. If you love your craft, just keep doing it. Don't stop. You can't control anything about how your work is perceived, but you can control the amount of work that you create. Here's another thing. A lot of people will make a design or a piece of art and sit around and wait for it to take off. Do not wait. You either actively improve on it or you move on to the next project. Don't overanalyze. Don't worry, just go back to work and find ways to do it better the next time. It will remove all of the anxiety you have around your lack of success. This also does two things. Number one, you're improving your craft, and number two, you're increasing your chances of someone recognizing your skills. You're a creator, and creators create. Just like Prince or LCD Sound System, you need to press forward. Every artist and designer struggles with doubt, even the biggest players in the industry. Think about how much we would have lost if Prince had stopped playing music after his terrible concert in 1981, or if James Murphy stopped recording albums before writing his song, Losing My Edge. It all boils down to courage. That's what my mentor Rafi tells me, and I agree with it 100%. I've come very close to quitting design entirely a few times, But every time I'm about to quit, I just go back to focusing on things that I find exciting and new, and somehow things just sort of fall into place. This YouTube channel is actually a great example of that. I never expected it to go anywhere when I first started it, but honestly, it's probably one of the best things I've ever done for my design work. If you're doing creative work for corporations or for money, you have to play by the rules of business. This video pretty clearly outlines the motivations of non-creative people and corporations. They want to reduce risk. So anytime you present creative work to an administrator, you have to look at it through that lens. If you do work for a client, it's likely that you have to compromise your vision in at least some way. And there isn't necessarily anything wrong with that. You should do what's best for your client or your patrons or your fans. Working for corporations can be really disappointing if you don't have another creative outlet. That's why I have my personal projects and my YouTube channel to experiment with new ideas that I wouldn't want to risk my clients' money on. It keeps me ahead of the curve and forces me to constantly be exploring new ideas. You should be doing the same thing. Explore different ways of presenting your work, explore different methods of execution, just try new things constantly. I'm not saying that you need to start a YouTube channel necessarily, but you should always be going back to what made you excited about your craft in the first place. Explore new ideas and share them with others. Experiment with sharing your work in different ways. You don't have to share it on a massive scale. Sometimes it's enough to just share it with a few close friends. It's worth mentioning that I'm not just a designer, I'm a musician as well, and I've never made any real money from being a musician. But I've learned a lot about myself, I've learned a lot about the world around me, and I've learned a lot about other people through making music. Becoming a musician was probably one of the most enriching experiences of my entire life. There's value in creation for its own sake.
I hate this so fucking much right now.
The choice to create. It's the choice to make the world a little bit better, even if it's just for one person. Never forget that your work matters, even if it only matters to you. My good friend Rafi and I are writing an entire book on this subject, so if you enjoyed this video, go click the link in the description if you want to get notified of when it gets published. Have a great day, everyone.
I hate this, I
hope you learned
hate this, I
something.
hate this, I 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 hate this. I fucking hate this right now. Fucking hate this. Fucking hate this.
Welcome, everyone. I hope you're ready for this. I'm always looking to hear.
Oh, I hate this. Oh, God. I'm so mad. It's getting me upset. Oh, my God.
Onto the stories.
I'm getting so fucking mad.
With a normal day at work. I worked at a small grocery store at the time, and my duties consisted of gathering shopping carts in the parking lot and bagging groceries. Normal minimum wage stuff. It was rainy that morning, and of course, I was assigned to carts all day. About 2 hours into my shift, I saw a man rushing to get his groceries into the car. It was pouring. I ran over to him and started helping him with his bags. "It's pouring," I said. "Mind if I help you get out of the rain?" "Yes, thank you so much," he replied. As he was closing his trunk, he looked at me with a very surprised look on his face. He lowered his eyebrows, looked me up and down, and smirked. "Are you a new hire?" "No, I've been here for a couple of months," I said. "Oh, you're very pretty," he said in a weirdly sensual tone. "Thank you. Have a good day."
Okay, you made your point.
Shut it down. I was not interested. As I was walking back to the store to hide until he left, I could feel him watching me while I walked away. Nevertheless, I continued to work, not really thinking about it. After my lunch, I was at the register bagging groceries, and I noticed that same man from earlier walk in. I pretended to not see him and just kept bagging. He came up to the register and got a single chocolate bar. I didn't give him a bag. He stands towering over me and says, "Aren't you gonna bag my item?" "Oh, sorry. I didn't know you wanted a bag for one thing," I said to him. I put his chocolate bar in a bag and told him to have a good day. "When are you off of work, sweetheart?"
None of your fucking business.
Comfortable giving that information out. He returned with, "That's okay. You've been here what? 5 hours? You probably get off around 6 or 7, right? He smiled, winked at me, and walked away. Disgusted, I went to my manager and told her what happened. She told me not to work the lot anymore and to ask someone to walk me to my car. So by the end of my shift, I had a male coworker walk me to my truck, and we scanned the parking lot. Literally the second I turned onto the road, I saw his car pull onto the road behind me. I told my mom I thought he was going to follow me home, and she just told me to drive around a bit and try to lose him. I drove around for about 20 minutes, just going in circles around my town. I hit a red light, and he pulled up next to me and started yelling something to me out of his open window. I, of course, pretended he wasn't there, but I could still hear what he was saying. You would bear some good kids for me. You'd make a great slave for me, lady. He then started being very explicit about what he was going to do with me if he caught me. I told my mom I was going to call 911, and if I wasn't home in an hour, then to call the police. While I was trying to dial 911, the man speeds up ahead of my truck and starts brake checking me. Frantic, I wait for the closest intersection and turn up the block. My phone fell under my seat while I was turning, so I decided to go to the nearest open establishment and run in and hide, and have someone else call 911. The closest open business I could find was a convenience store at a gas station. I pull in, park, and run for my life into the store. I tell the clerk what's happening. She takes me to the break room and locks me in there. While processing that I might have survived this ordeal, I hear the doors of the storefront start violently rattling, and before I knew it, the clerk was locking herself in the break room too. She was on the phone with the police, and they were on their way. We were silent, cowering in a dark room. I found myself feeling guilty for wrapping another woman into our worst fear.
I know, right?
Racing through what I had said to him. Did I lead him on? No, I just told him to have a good day. Has he been following me for longer than tonight? How did he know what car I drive? Are the police going to get here in time? Are we going to die? Finally, the small room is illuminated with red and blue lights from the crack under the door. We hear a voice over the intercom telling us it's safe to come out. Shaking, the clerk takes out her keys and opens the door. We walk out and give our statements. After the police leave, I turn to my unexpected savior and profusely thank her. We cry, hug, and she walks me to my car. The next night I went back and brought her some food and an Amazon gift card. I've been in a near-fatal car accident, 10 feet away from a mountain lion in the wild, and I'm a survivor of sexual assault. I can tell you, listener, with total honesty, I thought that was the end of my line. Thank you for listening. Stay aware, be cautious, stay safe. About 4 years ago, I was playing basketball in an elementary school's outside court with my best friend. We'd been there for about an hour, and we were on our last game. It had been dark for about 30 minutes. It was a summer's night, so it was probably around 9:30 to 10 when this event occurred. While we were playing, we were approached by a group of 6 or 7 kids, younger than us, but clearly still in high school. Me and my friend were 20 and 21 at the time. They got near us and said, "Oh, sorry, we thought we knew you." They realized we weren't who they were looking for and walked about 100 feet away to the corner of the street and stood under a street lamp just talking while we continued to play. Now, this is when the shit hit the fan. I make a shot, win the game, and as I'm talking shit, I hear the most horrible, blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. More intense than any movie I've ever watched, and it was a sound I didn't even think could come out of a human being, followed by a crunching noise. I look up and 4 kids are running at us screaming for us to run because they are beating us with baseball bats, the kids screamed. Shocked and confused, I looked up to 3 out of the 4 kids still under the street lamp, being absolutely obliterated by 2 older men in ski masks. I wasn't staying around for this shit. It's not my goal to die in an elementary school basketball court. So we book it to the car and drive around the block till this dies down. My friend realizes he left his glasses at the court. We turn back and don't see anyone. He parks and runs out to get his glasses. We start to drive by the corner this all went down, and one of the kids who was getting beat up is in someone's front lawn, with the owner of the house outside tending to him. We stop and the guy asks us if this was our buddy. We said no, we didn't know him. We were just playing ball. The kid looked up at me, and his face was nearly unrecognizable. His shirt was covered in blood, and he was sobbing, asking for his mom. It was the most horrific sight I've ever seen or heard. We saw and heard ambulances and cops coming, so we drove away and let them handle the situation. As we were driving away, we passed an alley and I looked down it. Down the alley was one of the men in ski masks walking back and forth on the road, with the bat dragging behind him, looking right at me. It was like something out of a horror movie. I told my friend to get the fuck out of there, and we went home. Turns out, it was a boy and his father who were in the ski masks. It was a drug deal gone wrong, and the boy went to the school with the kids that approached us. His dad got involved, and they came to that corner to beat them with bats. The boy with the bloody face had to get reconstructive surgery, and the son and father are currently in jail. I don't know what happened to the other kids that also got hit that night. I'm thankful every day that I wasn't mistaken for those kids, and I'm pissed I couldn't do anything to help the ones that were hurt. I was 100 feet away from broken bones, or worse. I'll stick to playing basketball in the daylight now. This happened when I was about 18 years old. I was big into running back then and lived in a town that was a suburb, but had big swathes of farmland. I prefer running on the dirt at the edges of these fields because it was a lot easier on my legs than running long distance on concrete or asphalt, and I was usually training for half marathons. This particular day, I was planning to run an easy 6 miles. I told my mom, and she suggested I do a loop and meet them at a dog park about 3 miles from our house as my halfway point. This was pre-cell phone era, but being careful, I took a walkie-talkie my dad always used, and my mom took the other one. Now, the walkie-talkie had a range longer than the ones my brothers and I played around with when we were younger, but it definitely did not work 3 miles away, and I honestly had no idea what its exact range was. So, I take off on my run. I'm planning to go on the sidewalk for a little bit, until I get to the fields. I'm running in the dirt with the road a few yards to my left. I have to run south and then turn right onto a slightly smaller, less traveled road to get to the dog park. As I'm running on the first dirt part, my parents drive by, and being dorks, they honk and wave and yell at me. I wave, and then soon after make my turn onto the smaller road. On this road is me on flat dirt, a small drainage ditch, forever a lettuce field, then a wall that is the backyard of some houses. I start noticing how quiet the street is, and how few cars are passing me. Then I randomly start thinking to myself, if someone tried to do something, I could run to those houses. No, they're so far away, I'd never make it. Then I hear a car, but this one doesn't pass me like all the others. I hear it slow down so that it's behind me, just out of my peripheral vision. My senses go into alert, and I immediately realize what a dumbass I was to pick this route, because I'm stuck out here with no one to help me and nowhere to hide. The car starts speeding up enough so that it's next to me, and I glance over and see a man. Middle-aged, white, dark hair, totally normal looking, but I get a chill down my spine immediately. He sort of leans over into the passenger seat and says in a really sweet voice, "Hi, where are you going? Do you need a ride?" I'm scared and I realize this is not good. Admittedly, nothing has happened yet, and he could be totally innocent and just wanting to chat, but my intuition is in overdrive, telling me I'm not safe. I hop over the ditch, thinking at least that will make it harder for his car to follow me if I need to take off across the field to try to make it to those houses in the distance. This pisses him off. He guns it and gets closer to a ditch and in front of where I am, and then says in a voice I can only describe as bone-chillingly evil, "You know, you shouldn't be out here all alone. Something horrible could happen to you out here, and no one would ever know where to find you." He put his car in park and is taking off his seatbelt when I remember the walkie-talkie. The piece of shit is all static because I'm too far away, so I immediately turn down the volume and say loudly, "Hey Dad, yeah, I can see your car. I'm over here by this red Buick. Do you see me?" And I do a fake wave. There was no car coming from the direction my parents were, and when I had started talking, there was no one behind us either. But by the grace of the universe, at that exact moment, a car turned onto that road. The guy saw it, looked at me, and sped off so fast he left skid marks. I've never run faster in my life, and I was looking behind me every few seconds and thought he'd be waiting for me at every intersection. I had to cross. I was shaking. I was so scared and relieved when I got to that dog park. I told my parents everything, and my mom called the cops. They took a statement, but said it would just help if something actually happened to someone else. The weird part was, I was having trouble getting my story out. I was so upset. And before I gave a description of the car, the cop asked, "Was it a red Buick?" He wouldn't tell us why, but that just added to my feeling that I had narrowly escaped something awful. I was about 7 years old, my brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just us three at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of a hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are window doors we always kept locked and rarely used. The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. My brother and mom both had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper, and they just couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm gonna try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway, my brother said. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it, but she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in a car about a dog we had for a very short time when I was little. We were exchanging stories about Max's tendency toward destroying my shoes and other unruly behavior when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember the time that I opened the front door for the cops?" And Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had. This really caught me by surprise, because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. I asked her what she was talking about, and she looked equally surprised as if she just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom." She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running, and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall white male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing those two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago, in my mid-20s, that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. Something was watching me and my brother from behind my window. No one would ever believe me, but I want to share this story because I talked about it yesterday for the first time. I live in Northern Europe. My country is cold and covered by large forests and several lakes. My family consists of my mother, father, and an older brother who is 3 years older than me. It's
That is
also
so
important to
fucking
know
big.
that my parents' house is in the middle of nowhere, just forest around it. There aren't even proper roads or any streetlights. The nearest neighbor lives really far away. In my country, winter comes early and lasts longer than summer, so the days are dark almost all year round. My father is a fireman and my mother is a nurse, so they have always been on night shifts. They have left me and my brother home since we were just toddlers. I don't know if it's even legal to leave us alone, but my brother has always been good at taking care of me. This particular evening was close to Christmas. Both of us were on winter break, but my brother still went to ice hockey practice. He was really tired that night after practice. My mother and father had gone to work at night and left us alone. I was 8 at the time, and my brother was 11. We often slept next to each other downstairs in our parents' bed, but I decided to be a big girl that night and sleep in my own bed upstairs. I really just wanted to play my Nintendo, and I knew my brother wouldn't let me. My brother was so tired after training, he just wanted to go to sleep. We ate, brushed our teeth, and went up to our rooms. My room faced the forest, and his room faced the only dirt road. There's a hall and a toilet between our rooms. My brother must have fallen asleep right away, but I played and played. I played for so long that I lost track of time. I was under my covers in case my brother came to scold me. I started to hear something outside. However, I didn't pay attention to it at first. I have lived all my life in the middle of the forest. You can hear voices from there all the time. The small noises changed in a second. Someone started shouting, almost screaming. It sounded like a grown man who was wounded. I lifted my head from under the covers, startled, and listened for a moment. I called out my brother's name, but he didn't answer. I got up from my bed and ran to my brother's room. He slept soundly. I started rocking him awake. At the same time, I saw from his alarm clock that it was 2 in the morning. My brother woke up, confused. "Do you hear that?" I asked in a whisper. My brother's eyes widened, and all sleep vanished from his eyes. He sprang. He didn't say anything. He walked toward my room. The shouting came from somewhere in the forest. We stood together in my room and stared out into the darkness. I think someone needs help, I said quietly, but my brother's expression didn't change. His face was like stone. No one needs the help of two kids. Besides, if he needed help, he wouldn't be screaming for it. My brother turned around. He was right. I heard no words, just screaming. My brother walked downstairs and I ran after him. Our house has 3 doors. He tried each of them to make sure they were locked. He took our father's headlamp because it had the strongest light. Then he picked up the house phone. He made sure all the lights were off and took my hand. He started to lead us back upstairs. Then he stopped. The shouting had changed. It no longer sounded scared or needy for help. It sounded irritated, almost angry, like it was annoyed that we didn't come out looking for it. My brother squeezed my hand and pulled me upstairs. He stared at my room for a moment before he pulled me into his room with him. He closed the door and sat behind his bed, pulling me into his arms. It was dark everywhere. My brother hadn't turned on the headlamp, but he had 112 ready on the phone. We sat there in silence. The sound had come closer until it was clearly behind the window of my room. We heard someone banging on my window. I started to sob. My brother stroked my head to calm me down, but it didn't help. I was so scared. The sound seemed to be coming closer and closer. It had climbed the fire escape under my window and was now traveling along the rain gutters towards my brother's window. Then it became quiet. It stopped screaming, but we could hear it clinging to the rain gutters to get closer to us. Then it went quiet. My brother turned on the headlamp and pointed the light towards his window. Nothing. He turned off the light and waited a moment. Then he pointed the light at the window again. Once more, nothing. That cycle repeated again, except this time there was a big crash, as if a big pile of snow had dripped from the roof down to the terrace. My brother flashed the light in the window. There was something on it. There was a mist on the window, the kind of trace that is left when you breathe too close to the glass in cold weather. My brother immediately turned off the light. Whatever it was, it had fallen down because my brother's window has nothing to hold on to. We started hearing moaning. It sounded only partially human anymore. It sounded more like a bear. If you've ever heard the sound a bear makes when it's been shot, that's what it sounded like, but it had a touch of man. Then the voice became angry again, and it threw a full tantrum. It started hitting the wall of the house. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my head against my brother's shirt. It raged for a while, but started to whine and moan again. It no longer sounded human at all. I can't describe what it was like, but it didn't sound natural. My brother dropped the headlamp on the floor and hugged me tightly. We listened to the sound for quite a long time. I don't remember at what point I fell asleep, but I woke up in the morning. The beautiful morning sun reflected against the white snow. I was laying on my brother's bed, and he was sitting next to me, reading comics. He smiled, and I'd been dreaming. I didn't have time to say anything when we heard the lock on the front door open. It was 9 o'clock. Dad had come home. My brother cheerfully jumped out of bed and ran to greet Dad downstairs. Maybe I had a nightmare and went to sleep next to my brother. It doesn't sound impossible, especially since my brother didn't mention it in the morning. I convinced myself that I had really seen a nightmare that felt real. I believed that for so many years. However, that changed. My brother came to visit me yesterday. Nowadays, I live in the capital of my country, far from my mother and father, because I go to university. My brother broke up with his long-term girlfriend and I promised that he could stay at my place as long as he needed. We had a lot of fun, just like old times. We drank some wine and watched a movie and just talked about everything. Then we started talking about deeper things, which usually happens after drinking wine. I turned to look out my window. Winter was coming, and it was already dark. I brought up childhood memories. I told him about a dream I had when I was little, while looking at the street lamps outside. This darkness reminds me of when I had a nightmare as a child. I dreamed that someone screamed behind my window, and I hid in your room with you. Wasn't I a strange girl? I laughed and turned to look at my brother. My brother is now 23. He's huge. He's into bodybuilding and has a blonde beard. He looks a bit like a Viking, and I've never seen a look on him like that as an adult. He looked at me with big eyes. He was pale, like he'd seen a ghost. I freaked out a bit. "What?" I asked awkwardly. "You remember that?" he asked. It got quiet. "What do you mean? Wasn't it a dream?" I was so confused. My brother looked really startled, as if I digged up a memory from his mind that he wanted to forget. "Answer me. I thought I had a nightmare." I was startled too. My brother shook his head. "I thought you wouldn't remember that. You were so little. I hoped you would forget." My brother looked at me blankly and told me his side of the story. He told how I'd fallen asleep in his arms from exhaustion. He put me on his bed but didn't fall asleep himself. He sat by my side all night like a guard dog. The morning had begun to dawn. The sound began to fade until it just disappeared. My brother still couldn't sleep. He started reading comics to pass the time. In the morning, when my father had come home, my brother had gone out to look for tracks. But since it had snowed all night and morning, all the tracks were covered. For the next week, my brother visited my room several times a night to make sure I was sleeping safely. We started talking more about what happened. Neither of us ever mentioned what happened to anyone. I asked him why he didn't call 112, but he just shook his head. "Who would have believed me?" he said. He was right. It would have sounded like a prank invented by little boys. My brother also said he was annoyed that he didn't flash the light to the window sooner. He would have wanted to see what that creature or person looked like. I was just happy that I hadn't seen anything. I'm also happy to know I'm not crazy. It wasn't a dream. I have a witness. My brother experienced it too, and he remembers it better than I do. No one else has to believe me. No one else would believe me. Of course, it's also possible that somehow we created the whole thing in our heads. We have no physical evidence of what happened, and it happened years ago. It's very possible that we were just kids with overactive imaginations. I'm certainly not denying that possibility. However, I'm interested to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. And if you have, did you see it? That thing? And if you did, what did it look like? I'm a drug addict, now clean. And this is one of 3 or 4 close calls I've had in my prior days living on the streets. I was hanging outside a Walmart in my city one evening. It was probably around 10 p.m. Not having much to do or anywhere to go, I was, as usual, just killing time. This guy approached me, and we got to shooting the shit. He seemed an okay guy and explained he was just heading inside to boost a few things. I knew a guy out in the suburbs that paid top dollar for merch. When you're on the streets, this is a quick way of scoring, trading stolen merchandise for either cash or drugs. I agreed to wait for him while he went inside, and then the plan was to hop on rapid transit to go meet this guy and score. He returned about half an hour later. We started heading to the subway and were chatting about what kind of stuff we both had to trade, and I was kind of looking forward to getting top dollar for my product, as he had explained this guy was quite generous. In retrospect, I should have caught this play from the beginning, as I'm quite sharp usually, but being dope sick, I wasn't thinking very straight. All of a sudden, this girl shows up and starts walking beside us. She introduces herself to us and ends up tagging along. On the subway there, she's talking about Jesus and all these good things in her life. We got off at our stop and started walking to the merch guy's house. On the way there, it became very evident that the two knew each other. There was a bit of whispering going on, and what originally flagged my intel was when the Jesus talk stopped, and the sinister prostitution story she'd experienced, plus some other dark stories, started and persisted. It started making me nervous. We finally got to the merch guy's house. No lights on. There was obviously no one home, but the idiot guy kept knocking on the door as if the guy was expecting him. At this point, I knew there was no merch guy, and this was just some random house. We left that property, and I swear to this day, the look on both their faces screamed darkness. We were walking up a hill, and he was telling me how now that his friend wasn't home, he had a plan B. I looked behind me as we were walking, and there was now another guy following us about 10 feet behind. And as we crossed the next intersection, a guy traveling toward us from the adjoining sidewalk turned in front of us and was now walking about 10 feet in front. Now the guy and the girl are right beside me, wedged right up next to me, and this disgusting girl is talking about human trafficking and what happens to people during ransom scams and scaring the shit out of me. So yeah, now alarm bells are going off full tilt, and I'm wondering what I did in this life to end up in a situation like this. I said, shit, I gotta tie my shoe, and stopped. I looked down. Then, without looking up, I drove my foot right into the guy's knee, which hyperextended. I punched the girl in the throat, and she hit the deck. The two guys in front were now a couple feet away from me, coming to grab me. I slipped out to the left and sprinted across the street, all the way up to the next intersection. There was a bus coming the opposite way. I turned left and sprinted to catch it, where it was pulling over to a stop. I caught up to it and got on. I glanced back, but there was no one behind me or chasing me. I was completely out of breath, and the bus driver just said, "Calm down there, partner. There'll be another bus in about 4 hours when the sun rises. No need to run that fast to catch this one." I gasped the words, "Thank you," and the bus pulled away. In about 5 minutes, I was back at the original subway station we'd gotten off at. I caught the last train back downtown. Cried the whole way back. I'm a 39-year-old man. Unfortunately, scenarios like that are extremely common where I live, and most people aren't that lucky. Most people end up turning tricks or tied to a chair, tortured, and getting money extorted from their families. So this happened to me when I was 11 or 12 years old, over a decade ago, and I still remember it vividly. At the time, I lived in a semi-detached house with my mom, dad, and sibling. It was a decent-sized house, but the most impressive part was the garden, which essentially had 3 levels. The first level was concrete, the second grass, and the third also grass, but it had my trampoline on it. At the very end of the garden was a tree embankment. The area I lived in was somewhat hilly. One morning I woke up to a cracking sound, like a snapped branch, and I was worried since a week earlier a tree from the embankment had fallen onto our neighbor's garden. My bedroom was at the back of the house, overlooking the garden, so I opened the curtains to see if another tree had fallen. Instead, I saw a guy hiding in one of the trees in the garden. He was pale with blonde hair and wearing all black clothing. He was looking directly at me, presumably because he saw the curtains move. He started smirking and moved his finger in a "come here" motion. I totally freaked out and shouted for my mom and dad to come into my room. I was so scared, I felt like I couldn't physically move. This was early in the morning, by the way, at around maybe 5 a.m. It took my dad a good 30 seconds to get into my room, at which point the stranger had hid behind the trees. I remember being really shaken up. I was crying whilst I told my dad what happened. He went out into the back garden to see if he could spot the guy, but he was gone by that point. A bit more time passed and I started to forget about it. Then, about 3 months after, my mom and I were watching TV together after I'd finished school. The doorbell rang and my mom went to answer the door. I looked out of the window of the living room where we were sat and saw a white van parked outside. It was the same van as my uncle's, so I walked out of the living room and into the hallway to say hi to him. When I got to the porch where my mom was stood, I realized it wasn't my uncle. It was the same guy I had seen in the garden a few months prior, and it really freaked me out. He noticed me as I walked behind my mom and gave me the same smirk as when he was in the garden. I wanted to say something to my mom, but I couldn't. I was freaking out inside. Anyway, he just asked my mom if she wanted work done on the drive. She said no, and he left, got back in the van, and drove off. He didn't give her a business card or anything. The van didn't have any company branding, and he didn't knock on any of the other neighbors' doors. I told my mom that it was the same guy as soon as he went, and she started to feel uneasy about the situation. A month or so after that, I got my first job doing the paper round. I had to deliver over 300 papers with my best friend at the time. It was getting towards winter, and it was dark by 4:30 p.m. We'd been doing the job together for around a month, when one evening after school it was really dark and rainy. We were halfway through delivering the newspapers, and a van started following us, driving really slow, at the same pace we were walking. We clocked that it was following us after about a minute, and we started to panic as I noticed it was the same guy again. We left the newspaper trolley and started walking quite fast up the hill. We were about a 10-minute walk from my house. I rang my mom, who made me stay on the line while she left the house to meet us. She told us to go to the corner shop that we were about a minute away from. When we made it to the shop, the van sped off really fast. The police were called, who came to my house for a report. We told them everything. That was the last time I ever saw that creepy stranger, but I still remember what he looked like so vividly. I was 19 years old when this took place. It wasn't overly late, probably about 8 p.m., but it was winter, so it was already dark. I was walking home from visiting a friend and about 20 minutes away from home. It was quiet and I had headphones in, just listening to music, so I didn't hear this guy approach me from behind. All of a sudden, this cyclist has slammed his brakes on directly beside me, and he's staring at me. I take my headphones off and glance at him, but he doesn't speak. He just stares. I keep walking. I'm pretty close to home now, so I wasn't too worried. This guy starts cycling again, slowly now, matching my walking speed. I keep my eyes forward and ignore him, fully aware he's still looking at me. To get to my flat, I had to walk down this really quiet, dark country lane, and although it wasn't very long, it wasn't an ideal place to be with this guy. So I stopped and glanced down at my phone, hoping he'd keep going. He did, for a short while, but then he stopped and turned to watch me. There was no way I was walking down that lane with this guy there. So I crossed the street and went down another road, a well-lit one with lots of houses, hoping it would be safer. That's when he said something that chilled me to my core. "Where are you going? You don't live that way. I know where you live." I wanted to be sick. He could have been bluffing, but the way he said it, I believed him. I was terrified. I dialed my partner's number and kept walking, aware of this guy following me even now. When my partner answered, I quietly asked him to come get me. When I heard the guy say, "Oh, fuck," and he cycled off ahead of me. I don't know what startled him so much. I guess it was because he thought I was calling the police. But he took off, and I'm forever grateful he did. I never liked going alone on elevators. Ever since I was a child, they make me anxious. I live on the 8th floor, so most of the time I have to take it. Through the elevator doors, while there's still daylight, you can see the floors you're passing. So during the day, I at least can see where I'm at, and that makes me feel a little less overwhelmed. At night, well, I'd rather take the stairs. It was really late when I got home, maybe around 2 a.m., so I began going up the stairs. Everything was running smoothly, up until the 4th floor. I heard someone moaning in a faint, slow, and creepy voice. I freaked out and started climbing the stairs as fast as I could. I couldn't really tell where the moanings were coming from, but whoever did it increased the volume of those terrifying moans as I came closer to my floor. When I was there, the moans abruptly stopped. Just so you know, the elevator is facing the entrance of the stairs where I was at, and I knew it was there because I could see the light coming from the gap between the doors. And here's what, to this day, still scares me to the bone. The lights of the elevator started to flicker, and not because they were damaged. Oh no. There was someone pacing from one side to another inside the elevator. I ran as fast as I could to my apartment, and when I was finally inside, terrified, I heard the elevator door open and froze. I heard the person moan again and then cackle loudly, as if they were mocking me. Shortly after, I also heard footsteps, as if the person was walking down the stairs. I think my unreasonable fear towards elevators might have saved me from who knows what yesterday. And no, I still won't be taking the elevator at night. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed that one. I'd like to thank my channel members and patrons for the support. Wendy, ADHD Aurora, Brooke, Snowball Rathina, Janice, Dez, Borderline Betty, Crafty Kel, Tina, Dina. Welcome everyone. I hope you're ready for this. I'm always looking to hear your experiences, so if you have a story you'd like me to read in an upcoming video, please send it to the email in the description. Now, on to the stories. This happened about 15 years ago. I was 21 and living in my very first apartment. It was a small bachelor apartment in a sketchy area. I grew up in a town that was known to be rough and tough. I knew how to handle myself and learned at a young age to keep my head down and not to go looking for trouble. My apartment building was behind a bar. A lot of the customers of the bar would stand outside to smoke. When they stood outside to smoke, they would be looking at my apartment. Most of the people who were out there smoking kept to themselves. A few people would nod and say hello if I passed by. Never any issues. Until one evening. One evening I came home from work. I passed the bar and saw this extremely tall man outside smoking. As I passed, he stared at me. I gave him a slight nod, but he didn't acknowledge me. He just continued to stare. It made me uncomfortable, but I didn't think much of it. About an hour later, I hear a knock on my door. It was odd because you have to buzz people into the building. The building only had 8 units, and I really didn't know any of the neighbors. I froze because I really didn't want to talk to anyone, but the knocking continued. I finally shouted out, "Who is it?" But there was no response. I shouted again, "Who's there?" And then a voice said, "It's Tom." I don't know anyone named Tom, so I shouted back, "I don't know anyone by that name. You must have the wrong apartment." The voice said, "You may not know me, but I know you. Open up so we can talk." I went over to the people, and it was the tall guy from the bar. I said loudly, "Fuck off, or I'm calling the cops." I heard his footsteps walk away, and heard the building door open and then close. He was gone, or so I thought. A few minutes later, I peeked out the window, and he was standing in the parking lot. He seemed to be talking to himself. At this point, I'm freaking out. I called my landlord, who lived in the building next to me. He told me to call the police, and that in the meantime, him and his brother would come check things out. I called the police and tell them what's going on. They said a car is on the way. Meanwhile, my landlord and his brother make their way to the parking lot. I watch out my window and see them approach the tall guy. The guy takes one look at them and bolts. My landlord and his brother try to chase after him, but he got away. About 5 minutes later, the police arrive. I give my version of events and a description of the man. The officer stares at me and says, "We've had reports of a man matching that description who's been sexually assaulting women. Thank God you didn't open the door." A few days later, I get a call from the officer. He told me part of their investigation was talking to the owner of the bar. The owner called the police when a tall guy reappeared after a few days, and the police responded and arrested him. This happened several years ago. I was home alone one evening when I heard a knock at the back door. This confused me, as no one ever used that door. My husband and I lived in a fourplex at the time, and all of the units had a back door at the top of a narrow staircase. These doors were a little inconvenient to access, as you'd have to go around the building and up the narrow stairs, as opposed to the wider main entrance at the front. It didn't make sense to use the back entrance, and I can't think of anyone who would go to that door to visit. As I approached the back door, I saw 2 men in the window, standing at the door. A chill went down my spine. I did not feel safe opening the door, so I called out, "Hello?" One of the men tapped on the window. "Yes, hello. May we come in?"
No, bitch.
At the time, my husband and I had Bresnan for cable, but did not have any issues with it. I replied, "We're not having any issues with Bresnan. Is there a problem?" "Ma'am," the man said, "can we come in? We're servicing the area, and it's important we look at your cable." I shook my head. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, "so there's no need to stop by." "Ma'am, we're visiting every resident. Let us in so we can do our job." I noticed the man grab the doorknob and try to open the locked door. I slowly grabbed a knife from our knife block and held it at my chest. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, trying not to convey the shakiness of my voice. "So you don't need to be here." The 2 figures appeared to shuffle and then straighten. "Ma'am, let us in. We're on a deadline and need to do our job." I glanced at the clock, gauging when my husband would arrive home from work. I gripped the knife tighter. "Ma'am, Ma'am. I saw him try the doorknob again. I closed my eyes and felt overwhelming gratitude of always locking my doors. Just then, a thought came to the forefront of my mind. I'm sorry I can't help you. Could I please get your names and badge numbers? I can give your supervisor a call to let them know our cable is fine. I heard another shuffle, and then one of them replied, No need to, ma'am. We're sorry we've wasted your time. And with that, both of the men exited the staircase and disappeared into the night. Shaken up, I held the knife tight and tried to get my bearings. I remember making a mental note to call the cable company or police, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't hold my phone. With the knife still grasped to my chest and the phone falling out of my other hand, I sank to the floor and cried. When my husband returned home, I told him what had happened. I was still very shaken up and had started crying again after he came home. He immediately called the Bresnan Cable Company and spoke to a representative who informed us that no one from their company was out on assignment in our area. The next day, we asked our neighbors if they had a visit from the company. No one had. I consider myself a pretty alert and vigilant guy who manages to avoid a lot of creepy encounters. These things don't happen to me often, so when they do, they stand out. It was a few months ago. I just got thrift shopping around 8:30 p.m. at Value Village. I didn't find anything good, but I didn't want to waste the trip, so before heading home, I decided to take my dog out of the car for a quick walk around the block. I smoked some weed and unexpectedly got really into the walk. The night air was cool and refreshing. The rain felt nice on my face, and the ground beneath my feet was unusually satisfying to walk on. It was pretty blissful, so I really took my time.
The fuck are you not doing it then?
Once I got back, the Value Village was closed, and my car was the only one left in the parking lot. All the lights in the lot were out. I walked through the darkness to my car with very little situational awareness and unlocked it with the fob. I didn't even notice the guy at the bus stop before he started talking to me. The bus stop was at the street, right in front of the parking lot, about 30 feet from my car. He was behind the bus stop, not in front of it where someone would wait for the bus. There was nobody else around. Can I have a cigarette? He asked. I told him I don't smoke. He began to come toward me, but stopped, then followed up with, Do you have any money? To which I said, No.
No.
I instantly got a bad feeling about him. Something was off. I've worked with homeless people for years, and I get asked for cigarettes and money often, but there was something different about this. Maybe because the way he phrased the questions was a little different than how most people ask. When his eye said no, he stared at me for a few seconds, and then turned, quickly walked away around a wall and out of sight. At this point, I knew I had to keep an eye out on that corner. I just knew he was going to come back. I only took my eyes off of it to open the rear door and put the dog in the back seat. My dog doesn't always get in the car right away, and takes some convincing. I tried to rush it as much as possible, yanking his leash upwards until he jumped in, maybe 5 seconds later. I buckled him in and shut the door. I whipped my head back around towards the corner, and the guy wasn't there. He was behind me. He was quietly approaching about 10 feet away, with his hands in his jacket, not in the pockets or the bottom of his jacket, but through the top of the slightly open zipper. I made eye contact with him, and he stopped moving, just looked in another direction and froze. I used this time to get into my vehicle and lock the door. It felt like it took ages because I was still slightly stoned, and my reflexes were slow. If he hadn't stopped walking, he probably would have been able to reach me before I got in. I just drove off and mostly forgot about it until now. There was nothing else in that parking lot. No reason for him to be there. It was really weird. Ever since then, I've remembered to be more mindful of my surroundings. Hi guys. This is a real story that has absolutely traumatized me and my boyfriend. 2 years ago, I moved to the UK for university, as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents, as the situation at home was becoming too toxic for me. In first year at uni, I moved into student accommodation and met some really great people. It was a good year, without meeting my boyfriend, who I'm still with, and just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, as second year came by, I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations. But at least we had our own house and weren't restricted as much with noise and parties as living in a small shared flat like in first year. Just to note, I had a ground floor room and my window gave into a very small backyard, in which I would go smoke every day as I'm a smoker, and in which there would be a very thin wooden door giving into the other side of the street, where you would put your bins and broken chairs and that kind of thing. The door could only be closed and locked from inside the backyard, but since it was an old door, we had to attach some strings to keep it closed for good. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and some other student accommodation. The neighbors on the right side of us were 5 boys, who looked way over the age of being in university. They were strange, so to say. I met one of them outside of our house one day because of an intervention due to one of his flatmates attacking him and the others with a kitchen knife and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams, and so I went outside with my flatmates and saw one of them covered in blood and cuts everywhere on his arm, and a wound on his head inflicted by a kitchen knife. Me and my flatmates didn't know what to do, so we offered him our help to clean himself and gave him an old t-shirt so he could change out of his bloody one. We then saw the guy who hurt these flatmates being escorted out by the police and into a van and driven off to be arrested. Anyway, the guy who we helped was quite weird, and we noticed when helping him he smoked quite a lot of weed, but we just didn't care at the moment, as we just wanted to make sure he was okay, as we didn't know him. Then, after some time had passed, I would go to uni and come back home and see him quite often in the street, and just never said a word to him again. But one day, he came up to me in the street while I went to the corner shop and started talking to me weirdly. I didn't feel comfortable at all with that for some reason, so I just didn't respond to him. He then just said, "Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait in front of your house then, and we can talk further." No need to say I was creeped out, and I just thought he was joking. So I bought my drink at the shop and headed back to my street. And as I turned into the new street where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep and waiting for me. So I panicked and went back next to the corner shop and called my only guy flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away. But obviously he wasn't home, and no one else was either. So I literally just waited it out until they left an hour later, and then I sprinted back home and locked the front door. For another note, my front door had a glass panel on it, where you would be able to kind of make out who was standing in front of it. After this already pretty scary encounter, I just tried avoiding the guy, and mostly succeeded for a while. But then one day, as I was smoking in the backyard, I noticed that the wooden door, which is always closed, was open, and the strings that we put there to keep it closed were cut off. For whatever reason, I didn't think anything of it, and just closed the door again and put a new string on it, thinking it was one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back. The new neighbors would very often scream and yell and fight in their house, and it would wake me and my flatmates up in the middle of the night. But we kind of got used to it after a while. But one evening, my boyfriend slept over like he usually did, and he, who usually never ever wakes up because of noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a bang and some whispering. I was sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up, and we both just waited in the dark and listened for any other noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door just bang, just shot open, and some footsteps next to my window. We both just froze, and we heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly as if they were trying to get inside, and then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed, so they couldn't see us, but we were ready to get dressed and get the fuck out of the room and lock them in if they came in through the window. Then, we just heard my window move and open a little bit, and one of the guys saying something in a different language that we didn't understand, and started to hear them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I just shot up out of the bed, took my phone and put some clothes on, and ran out of the room and out of the house. So I then called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms, and then the police, who luckily came in less than 5 minutes, as there was a station a few streets down from us. I don't remember anything after the police came. I think me and my boyfriend were in shock. They ended up catching the guy. The other fled and was later found a few streets up, smoking weed. The police told us they went inside of their house and found a lot of meth and heroin, and that they were just carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was so confused, as I've never done anything to offend or do anything wrong to my neighbors, so the idea of them breaking in with God knows what intentions with a kitchen knife terrorized me and my boyfriend. The two guys ended up being arrested, and one of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with intent to harm. I never heard anything else from the police, and I moved back home a few months later, as I was so scared and it tormented me for months on end, not knowing what would have happened if my boyfriend didn't wake up. I'm now still coping with it and finding it really tough to get over, always asking myself, what would have happened if? I now very often wake up because of the slightest noise and get horrible nightmares because of it. But hey, at least I'm still with my boyfriend, and we often talk about it, and it helps a lot. A few months ago, I was staying in my parents' apartment for a few weeks by myself. I don't quite remember why I was out that late, but it was around 1 a.m. and I just got off transit. Only one other guy got off with me, and he was rather tall and walked briskly. I was ahead of him at first, but he quickly passed me because even though I have a quick stride, I'm pretty short for a guy. I don't normally live in that city, so I'm not sure why, but the streets were incredibly empty.
Damn, that scared the shit.
I remember thinking that because there wasn't even a single
Man, that
car.
scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the
Literally a 5-minute walk away
subscription.
from a major university, so it was very odd to not see a single person or car. The only
Hope you're
lights
doing well on this Friday.
I spent my nights at my partner's place before, and I never remembered it ever being this dead. Anyway, I had walked down the street and was coming up to an intersection where I had to turn left. I noticed this guy standing around in front of the bank that was on the corner. The guy ahead of me walked by him with no problem and went straight. I was a bit wary, but didn't think much of him until I was about maybe a meter away, and he had sidestepped to be in front of me and held his arms wide open, grinning at me. I glanced in the direction of the guy who left the train with me, but he was across the street already. My heart was pounding at this point, and I think I may have started to disassociate from the stress, because I can't remember what he looked like, even though I remember looking directly at him. If this sounds like an overreaction, I have a history of multiple cases of CSA by different people, and have PTSD among other mental illnesses I struggle with. At the time, I was falling back into my disordered eating again, and was also underweight in addition to being short. So definitely not the person you'd expect to win in a fight, and I knew it. I remember being frozen for a moment, and then, on instinct, I very politely said, "No thank you," and took a step to the right towards the street, and tried to keep walking forward. He moved in front of me again, still with his arms wide open, expecting me to hug him, still grinning. For some reason, I repeated my polite refusal and sidestepped him again, instead of running the opposite direction. Luckily, he let me pass, but I could hear him following me for a short distance. I was wondering what I could do in that moment. I couldn't find him. There was no one around. If I tried to
Oh, yeah.
he was close enough to grab me, and
I guess I'm probably gonna do stuff with my family.
I hear his footsteps speed up into a
I'm
sprint,
sleepy.
and before I could react, he slowed down again.
What about you? On the
He
family?
repeated the same thing over and over. I thought about taking another path so he wouldn't know where I lived. It wasn't the best idea since I didn't know the city well, and he
I don't feel like cooking, honestly.
I decided I knew I could find help in the lobby at least, compared to if I went somewhere else. He sprinted at me again, and I turned around and loudly asked him, "Do you need help?" I remember not feeling my body and feeling lightheaded from the anxiety. Despite how panicked I felt, my voice came out clearly and I sounded disdainful. I don't think I meant to sound like he was annoying and inconveniencing me, but that's how it came out. Then he spoke for the first time and responded, "No, do you need help?" I didn't say anything to that and just turned back around.
That's pretty cool.
To my partner's apartment building.
Hopefully next year I can go on like a vacation or something. Or like even a staycation. It'd be nice to go like Disney World or some shit.
Eventually I heard him stop walking. I know I'm scared.
Ooh, jambalaya? That sounds really good.
I took the opportunity to put more distance between us and kept speed walking. He didn't keep
I
following.
actually never had
He
jambalaya.
just kept saying, "I know I'm scary." He got louder and louder the further I got. I got to the door of the apartment building and looked back again. He was no longer in sight. I unlocked the door to the building and then ran up the stairs instead of taking the elevator. When I got into the apartment, I went straight to the window because the unit had a large window facing the street. I wanted to see if I could see him. Nothing. The streets were empty. I texted my partner about my experience, but he was already asleep and wouldn't see it. Luckily, I haven't seen that man again, and I hope I never will. I've had creeps tailgate me or try to grab my attention on the road, and I just ignore them, which always worked. But this guy takes the cake. My shift starts in the afternoon, and I was feeling off for most of the day. My beautiful sunny day, mind you.
I see.
You know, one of those days where you drag yourself out of your bed to do some adulting. I decided to lift my mood up, so I wore something new that I had. A beautiful, creamy white faux fur vest, and I hit the road. I looked like $1,000,000, felt like $1,000,000, right? Maybe not. I played some piano tracks in hope that I'll get out of this funk. I just needed something to comfort me, and those two things didn't cut it. While I was driving to work,
This looks like shit.
crisp green tea will definitely lift my spirit. There were 2 branches of famous coffee shop, I could have gone to the first one with the drive-thru, but they use a pretty shitty tea brand, as they ran out of the good stuff. So, I had to go to one that was inside a mall. Anything to feel better, right? I parked my car and I saw a private fleet of black SUVs, making it difficult to view the entrance. Remember this for later. I grabbed a cold bottle of water and headed to the counter. I paid for my drink and
I
got a
feel
cherry
like
lollipop.
I can't
Why not?
fucking draw.
I waited for my drink, and once I got it, I started walking out. I had to pass a fountain in the courtyard before I can reach the exit. I slowed my pace as I noticed that I was walking too fast. I felt a bit weird, but brushed it off. As I passed between the SUVs, a bus shot through quickly. I stopped in shock as I almost walked in its path. Because of this, I was distracted and wasn't aware of my surroundings. As I walked further, I had to pass an area that was void of people. It was shaded but outdoors, kind of like an underbridge-style building, if that makes sense. This was the way to my car. I was oblivious to my surroundings until I heard footsteps on my right. Then I saw a man in my peripheral vision, walking and matching my speed. At first, I thought he was in a uniform, so I assumed he was part of the cleaning staff in the mall. I felt a bit off, but I told myself that I'm being paranoid and overthinking. Next to my car and on my left side was a woman with a child who were getting into their car. I was sandwiched between my car and hers. I was getting my keys.
Alright, homemade Rice Krispie treats. You should go eat something.
Door, as I was a bit ahead of it. Once I
Not good to not
I
eat.
saw a man standing. He looked to be in his late 30s, skinny and average.
Especially after doing
He
work.
had a dark blue baseball cap, wore sunglasses, a gray shirt with some print on it, and black sweatpants, Crocs shoes with socks. He was so close that it took me by surprise and I was startled. But being nice and polite is in my blood, so I assumed nothing. The first thing that he said was, "Why are you afraid?" I told him that I wasn't, and asked him what he wanted. "Is your car for sale?" he said while grinning. I said no. Then he started to ask about how my day was going, and stuff along those lines. What the hell? I don't know you. Alarm bells were ringing in my head. I smiled as to not escalate the situation. I knew I had to do something. He was blocking my way to the mall entrance, and if I decided to go the other way, which was a pretty large shaded parking lot, with only a few people here and there. I then said with a smile, "It was nice to meet you, but I gotta leave." "Give me your phone number," he said bluntly. I just repeated the same phrase and took a step closer to my door, as I didn't want to show him that I was afraid. I was shitting bricks at that moment. Then he said something that made me want to crawl out of my skin. "Give me your phone number so I don't have to chase you around in my car."
Wow.
At this moment, I knew I had to act fast, so I opened my door and ignored him. He kept talking, and I wasn't sure what it was he was saying, as it felt muffled. My anxiety was higher than the tip of Mount Everest now, and I was hit with this realization that even in public spaces and in broad daylight with people around, you can lose your sense of safety in a split second. I closed the door quickly and locked it. My fingers felt weak, but I managed to turn on the car.
Drawing is making me pissed.
He was so insistent. I put my car in reverse, but I couldn't back out. The woman was halfway getting out of her parking spot, thus forcing me to wait. He kept knocking pretty hard and saying stuff. At that moment, I honestly couldn't hear him. All I wanted was to get out of there. I was so afraid and just baffled. I had to look at the window to see when the road would get clear, so I could back out of there while he was standing in front of my window, rapidly knocking it. I avoided making eye contact with him. Once the road was clear, I hit the gas pedal and sped off. I drove to random places while my eyes were fixed on my rearview mirror to make sure he wasn't following me. It was so hard to breathe. My chest felt so heavy, and my heart was beating out of my chest. I was glad he wasn't there. This creep followed me around the mall and waited for the right moment I was alone and threatened me into giving him my phone number. I was totally unaware of how much of a creep he was. My therapist will definitely hear about this. Back when I was littler, I used to have a friend, Billy, and his older brother, Jack. There was a neighbor up above on a hill down the road from their house who was normally reclusive. As a friend who just came over every weekend, I wasn't really aware of his existence at first. One night, I heard creaking on their balcony outside while I was sleeping in the living room. The living room had 3 large windows facing the balcony next to the street, and the door to the left. I was having trouble sleeping since me and the friends had been playing horror games. I looked out the window and saw the flash of a light from the balcony. I understandably flipped the fuck out, and the parents came running and ran out onto the balcony, where they caught a glimpse of a man sprinting away. We stayed up that night eating snacks, just kind of vibing while scared.
I don't want to draw no more.
Next weekend I was there. A man showed up at the door with a camera, recording us without us knowing for a few minutes.
Alright. What I want to do. Let me see if Cyberpunk will fucking work again. I feel like shooting something. I'll be right back.
Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood, thanks to unabated gang wars. 1 officer down, so I guess you're all screwed, cause the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams.
I'm Arif Iqbal, and you're watching WNS News. New details have emerged on the attempted abduction of Hanako Arasaka at the Arasaka-sponsored Dashi Parade. Early accounts first reported that the assailants struck as the parade was in full swing. They overwhelmed and seized control of the Arasaka Heiress's parade platform. Fortunately, Arasaka's security forces, under the personal direction of Yorinobu Arasaka, quickly tracked down the abductors and secured Hanako-sama. Yorinobu-sama has since issued a public statement condemning the perpetrator's deplorable actions and promising swift retribution.
To those who raise a hand against the Arasaka family, I promise you, we will rip the hand off and pour salt in the bloody stump.
Well, looks like the gloves are coming off.
I mean, shit, never heard anything like it.
And you're not likely to again.
Josie didn't listen.
Playing the game and as such have never in your life joined MaxTac and even climbed the ranks to a lieutenant. And some of the dialogue is a reference to this. You can comment on her. When you break into the NCPD lab with River, you can find some research on Melissa Rory. It's on one of the computers here, and it basically describes her having relapses of antisocial behaviors, even psycho-siding smoke on the water. It's a pretty straightforward one. Take out a cyber psycho that is on this pier in Pacifica. The quest itself is actually pretty typical, but if you do follow Regina's wishes and don't finish off this cyber psycho completely, leaving him alive at the end and just incapacitated, when the quest ends, she'll actually text you saying that MaxTac is onto the cyber psycho and we should probably leave the area as they are on their way. And if you come back to this location a few days later, you can find the NCPD has taken over the scene and rounded up what's left of the pier inhabitants. The cyber psycho is also now missing from the scene, but once inside the garage, you'll discover a broken down bike, and Johnny will even pop up to comment on having had a similar one himself. From there, you can read the messages on the computer, which is from a guy named James. There's no Melissa Rory connection, but another pretty cool nod to this overall MaxTac lore. One quest in Cyberpunk 2077 that is truly hidden is the Highwayman quest. There's no map markers or even quest marks to someone named road here, and James will go on to describe how the Tiger Claws wrecked Josie's bike, and in response she stole a Tiger Claw boss bike, but now as a result something bad likely happened. Out to James for further help, which basically
God damn, I ain't got no mission where I could just shoot up people. Oh, okay. I guess it'd be this mission. Ah, that's so fun. We're holding off on doing this one, but it just don't seem that fun. Alright, I know what this mission involves, but I'm like, yeah. This game needs an auto walk.
Hey, V. Come on in.
Who the fuck are you?
We're in the kitchen.
You made it. Good. Grab a seat. This is Roxanne. She's worked at Clouds longer than any of us.
Hello.
Respect. A feat in itself from what I've seen of the place.
Just been lucky, I guess.
Just eat the free pizza and then we're out of here, okay?
Were you and Evelyn close?
Yeah. Blew up in her face when she showed up back at Clouds. She was supposed to be long gone, the one who got away. But deep in my heart, I was glad to see her back. Feel like such a gunk now.
How are ya?
Okay, I guess, but, you know, sad as hell.
You'll never get rid of the stench of the corpse. You drop a lot of them, don't you? What's your secret?
Subtlety comes naturally to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, odd, given how much work I gotta put into it. By the way, Forrest is doing fine.
That's so. Well, you're his boss. So guess that should make you happy.
What you're saying is, he'll remain in good health.
Yes. Done saying hello to each other? Revolution won't plan itself. I modified the behavioral chip. It can equip any doll with a motor reflex system. In other words, make the doll move and fight like a Preem-tier solo.
Fascinating, isn't it? What?
Hold on. Hold on. Break. Ad break. Something was. Need folk. Very funny.
One can learn while tuning fake orgasms for the Moxes.
Mind stepping outside? Can't smoke in here.
You'll air it out later.
Such a bitch.
I'll sit by the window.
The body will react as if executing a well-trained series of movements. Already tested it out on Tom. Chip's impulses supplant any natural reflexes, so it'll make users feel like they're experiencing cyberpsychosis.
But it's basically the same as when we activate ourselves for a client.
Tech that's all pros and no cons. I don't buy it. Side effects, spill them.
Combat mode auto-initiates when a threat is present, and there's no way to stop it. Can't find a workaround.
And that's it?
I don't know. Only way to determine that'd be through months of testing on a range of subjects.
There's an ethical side, too. You could murder someone and not remember a thing.
Solo skills don't lie in just executing movements. There are split-second processes that happen. Logistics, decision-making, result of years of practice. Doubt your chip's capable of compensating for that.
You're probably right. But I don't see another way. Alternative's intensive training, but we don't have time for that.
Netflix series. I can't even recommend you one, bro.
How did you ever come up with this?
Learned how the behavioral chip works at Clouds. Always seemed like they must be pretty easy to modify. I'm surprised I didn't get the idea the moment we walked into Maiko's office.
Count yourself lucky. What with all the cams and mics and Clouds? Tiger Claws would sooner dig those chips out of the dolls with screwdrivers than let an idea like this run its course.
All right. Gotta see it to believe it.
Finally, someone said it.
Tom? Pulled that sequence from a kung fu training virtue.
I gotta say unconvincing, but he looks really proud about it.
Admit, not bad.
Yeah, for the market square in Kabuki. Before we start talking serious biz, gonna need to see serious action.
You just saw him.
I saw a bar trick. I want to see a fight. Got an expert in causing bodily harm among us. I want to see how Tommy handles her.
V?
Just don't mess up my digs, okay? I like it here.
It's on now.
What the? Everything chill? You okay?
Look at me go! You see that? Woo! Gotta do some cardio.
So?
You've got something to say. Just say it.
Who, me? This is my impressed face.
V?
Happy now?
I'm rarely happy, but that was proof enough. Let's get to it then.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
3 muscle heads and a techie.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good anime.
Guards and tiger claws in and around will overpower. Take down, disarm, escort them out. Clouds will be ours.
Sorry. I just heard Netflix series and I thought, like, I'm so used to people being like, oh, I can't find a show to watch on Netflix.
The proceeds in exchange for never showing their faces at the club again. And having no say in how the club's managed.
That's what I thought. A half-baked, insane plan. You can't see more than an inch ahead of you. Taking out the security there won't solve anything. Claws will just send more. Hiromi Sato is the man you gotta get to.
Hiromi Sato? Who's that?
Cloud's real boss. He rarely shows, but you can't so much as sneeze without him finding out. Claws trust him, respect his opinion. He is one of them.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good show. I really watched.
We stand a better chance.
As someone who hardly watches TV shows, I legit like really watched this show, and it kind of made me cry a few times. So it's a really good show.
By injecting him with a dose of fear.
That's the only reason why I'm playing this shit right now too.
Where do we find this Hiromi?
At his apartment, H8 Mega Tower, topmost floor. It's a penthouse. Almost never steps outside its glass walls. But I'll figure out a way to get us inside.
Tom and Roxanne gonna come with?
No. Whole point's to strike both places at the same time. They'll take care of business at Clouds.
Two-pronged assault. Loving it.
This just might work. If we get him in his apartment where he thinks he's completely safe, bosses will understand what we're looking to demonstrate.
My, there's a flickering in that skull sponge of yours after all.
So how about it, V, Tom, Roxy? Made up your minds?
I need to think about it. Never wasted anyone before, you know.
I'm with it all the way.
V?
Don't tell me you're seriously considering this. Sticking our precious necks out for a bunch of whores?
Rather not have to flatline anyone.
What she said.
Hope is it won't be necessary.
Overpower Hiromi. Humiliate him. Should be enough. Bosses will put him out of the game.
Count me in, Judy. Already said I'd help, didn't I?
Thanks, V.
Save the gratitude for later, please. I'll set up the meet with Hiromi and let you know. I need a couple days.
Michael, hold up. Give us a lift.
Only if you don't talk to me. I feel a migraine coming on.
Oh, shit. I'm scared, V. Speaking of gratitude, stuff I'm asking you to do, well, usually comes with a price tag, I know. You want to help, I get that. but I'm more than happy to pay your fee in full. Feels like it's only right.
Judy, for real? No, don't want to hear it.
But
not a word.
The fuck is going on?
V, everything okay?
What's John Wick doing in the game? I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I'm better. Fine.
What the hell, V? You, like, sick?
It's past. Forget about it.
It's late. You're tired. You can crash on my couch if you want.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that.
What's up with you?
Let's see. Let's see.
Sounds great. Thanks.
I'm gonna watch the scene for scientific reasons, but I'm still gonna decline her though.
Shit!
Oh, or maybe it's not just yet. Okay. Don't worry about it. Dude, he got like mad shit going on.
Didn't know she dabbled in robotics.
Now that's fucking Shimra. Think that's how she winds down?
After a day's work of tuning hardcore smut, wouldn't be surprised. No. Interesting.
Place looks like a fucking antique museum.
I guess you should feel right at home.
Chick's got taste. Except for one thing.
And what's that?
Way she looks at you. Don't pretend you haven't noticed.
Huh?
Mushy inside. I can feel it.
I don't swing that way. I'm all about the sausage.
Who would have thought?
Perilous future. Electropunk? I'd rather puke out my ears.
Someone likes getting their feet wet.
Don't need to be an expert to tell the Gears pro.
Oh, I never saw this. It's a pretty cool photo. If I could only fucking draw. That's you want, Carrie.
Johnny?
V this time. Disappointed.
Sorry. Don't really get how that show of yours works.
Simple. Imagine that Johnny's along for the ride.
Mm-hmm. Knowing him, you don't got no ticket either.
Whatever. In any case, I'm at the wheel. And rather keep it that way.
I got it. You'll work too. I mean, cool.
Something particular up, Carrie?
A job of a kind that seems ideal for you. Corner of Gray and Malagra. Early morning. We'll talk.
Cool. Oh, well.
The Bushido collection in BD format.
First three are collector's items nowadays.
Hello, Night City. Thank you for tuning in. It's time for the local news. The long long-awaited execution of Joaquin Schmidt, better known as the Watson Butcher, is scheduled to take place tomorrow. The 27-year-old confessed to the murder of 21 people, including his own sister and mother. His execution will be open to the public, and for those who prefer to watch from home, it will be live streamed at the address you see at the bottom of your screen. This event is
I feel so dirty going through her stuff. I don't feel look right doing that. Man, she's not real. I guess, but I don't know. Rebel. It's kind of cool that all the missions are based on songs.
Has raised the public threat level to red. Residents of Arroyo and Watson are advised not to leave their homes after dark.
Oops. Get out of my way. Oh, who put that there? Who put that there? Don't you know how to drive? Yeah. Oh my god. Everyone's such a bad driver.
Kang Tao recently expressed interest in the purchase of Pacifica property with the aim of constructing a new server and logistics center. The city government has openly considered
Oh.
for a single euro-dollar in a symbolic gesture, provided that Kang Tao demonstrates commitment to eradicating the district.
GTA mod looks great. Yeah.
For pet owners. The canine ownership tax will increase to 1,000 euro-dollars per dog per month. Similarly, the fine for possessing an undocumented animal will increase to 40,000 euro-dollars. Thank you for tuning in to the M54 local.
What the fucking Christ? Change this shit. Why is it not selecting the different radios? Drive. Hey. Hey, V, tidying up the bedroom. I realize there's way more space here than I need on myself. Yeah, we should do that second part again. Oh god. I feel like this game needs more love interest, honestly. Texting and driving? Yeah. You got a problem? Like you said, it's not real. So it doesn't matter. Damn, they're trying to thread the needle. Could they make this shit any more fucking photoshopped? Hey, just on there. What do you mean, no, what the fuck? Can't you see a happy family? Stop being a Grinch. Yeah, where is Carrie taking me? This is like mad far up. And you just... Wait, what the fuck? If I knew it was gonna be this far, I would have just had this fast travel. Yeah, can't you just be happy for them and shit? Ooh, I wanna shoot somebody! Damn, look at this fucking car. Look.
Get in. Take you for a ride.
Look at this fucking piece of shit.
As soon as I saw you that time, I thought to myself, those are some balls on that one. And I definitely need someone with a pair for this job.
Never mind the testicles. Tell him to keep those hands at 10 and 2. All wound up in a ditch whenever Carrie drove.
So, what good'll my balls do us today?
V, some people in this town, they've gone completely whacked. You're gonna help me set things right in this shithole we call home.
Uh-huh. How's that exactly?
Yeah, there's this little girl group. Us cracks, right? 3 birds from Japan, laser pop scop. Yeah, big over in Asia. I mean, who isn't? Now they signed some deal for an NUS tour. Want to promote it with a cover of my song. Can you believe that? Not about to let them play me like that.
All right, and you got a beef with these chicks because...
Seriously? Don't see the fuckery here? Screw it. Doesn't matter. It'll be clear as day in a sec. Just listen to the plan. The truck with the Us Cracks kid will be coming this way. Got a tip. We do it old style, like last century. We blow the fucker up. No gear. Those bitches will have to cancel concerts.
Carrie solving his own problems. Used to just send in an army of lawyers. They made it all disappear while he tanned his bare ass by the pool. Must be some fuckery indeed.
Be there in a sec.
Let's see. I got... It ain't stronger than this piece. Whose gun is this? It ain't stronger than this piece. Whose gun is this? Is this John? He's good. Well, none of y'all fucking guns beating this gun, and I'm not gonna switch. Go to no. Both these people gave me their whack ass guns.
Here we are.
Oh yeah, that's down there. He's gone.
Truck. Grab what's in there.
Oh my god.
Well, well. Quite the arsenal.
We're fighting for art. Art with a capital A. Come on, get to work.
I know the guy. This ain't about art.
You got it.
You know, they killed Ivy Coma right here. In this very spot. DJ, cloaked AV followed her limo. Almost nothing left of her afterwards. Or her limo. Turned out later she wasn't the target. Some Biotechnica suit busy eating her out when the bullets started flying. Found the bodies. Just like...
Damn, that's crazy.
Lay it out here. Right. Hide. Quick.
You said hide quick and you fucking speed walking. Like, fucking move it, bro.
What now?
Now we wait.
Automated modules, hollow spikes for better control of the vehicle. Standard issue police tech. Nades too. Where'd you get them?
Same place you get designer drugs. The latest still patent pending Audiovox and Fresh Ubaris.
Black market?
Nah. Fans.
Do we have a flashback or nah? No.
There she is. Right on the dot. I take the driver. You get his side tune. We want him out of the truck.
Oh my god.
Sure hope you know what you're doing.
The hell was that? Out of the truck! On the ground! Hands where I can see him!
Get out! Nice and easy, no weirdness. Nothing'll happen.
Got the wrong truck! Fuck, we're not!
I said, easy. Now get down on the ground. Won't say it a third time.
Hey, man, lose the iron. Let's talk it out.
Not a word. It'll all be over soon.
Oh, fucking hell.
Access guard! Grab it! Pop the
Quit
back.
squirming. And no gonk moves.
Stay nice and still there, boys. What's inside?
Your lucky day, Care. Crates and crates of nothing but gear. Got your mixers, speakers, drums, cables by the mile.
Hell yeah, we got a hit. Right, gents. Now, run along and don't look back. I said, Delta the fuck off. Now for the grand finale. Want this set to be a smoldering puddle of chrome and plastic when we're done.
Ah, new signature move.
Mm-hmm, you got it. So don't miss. liked you, V.
Fuck me, Carrie. Meaning it's just a truck of toys for some plastic Japanese dolls. Might as well blow up a cotton candy stand. But still a big step forward. I hardly recognize the bastard.
Burning real nice. I'll grant you that. Thing is, I mean, what's it actually get you?
If those little bitches think they can make it big on my song, they got another thing coming. You even know what I had to sacrifice to get where I am? The price I paid for success? And those 10 any whores want to clip my tune and expect me to just let them? Fucking pig ignorant hacks.
Yeah, success. Always a sore spot of cares. See, nothing's changed.
But wouldn't it have been better to have a lawyer fight this fight for you?
Oh, you're one to talk. I've flashed my teeth and signed papers enough for one lifetime. This here, I'm sending a message. This is how you do biz in Night City. Cops! Let's Delta. You drive. Get him off our ass.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit! Last time I ran from the cops was back in 2020. With Johnny, actually. Hi.
God, don't bring up that fucking year.
Still couldn't catch us. These cops don't stand a chance. Fucking pigs! Lost them. Paying out the ass for you. Worth every Eddie. Nice one.
Yet to see a single Eddie.
I know, right?
Okay. Drop me off at Carnitas.
Oops. Oops. It's so hard driving with a keyboard.
Carrie Uridine eats at a dump like this?
Chumbada. Best coffee in town right here. Thick as tar, and if they know you, they give you the organic stuff. Come on, my treat.
Wow. Coffee with a rock star? Now why not? First time for everything.
When Samurai started out, we spent every penny we had on guitars, strings, you know. Hey, Rachel!
Good morning.
Know this dump. Know that smell. But how?
Yep, hello.
I'm not a big coffee person. Well, then get tea.
But we still went across the street every day, right to Caliente. Stuffed our faces, down Joe by the gallon. Johnny said we were so hungry and high we would have eaten the cardboard boxes out from under the bums outside. Of course, he was wrong.
The usual, Mr. Uridine?
Mm-hmm. Double espresso, Jamaican blend, nothing else, no sugar.
You got it. And for you?
You know what? I think I want coffee.
What he's having. Great. Be right back with it.
Yeah, coffee sounds great.
Just coming down now. Whew. Fucking awesome. Last time I felt like this was back in Memphis. Last tour, last concert, vibes from the crowd, me on stage. Oh, fuck. Just thought about those us cracks cunts again. You think we got them?
They really got to you, didn't they?
Look at this. Unlistenable. That trash is their biggest hit. Fuck. Anyone could churn out hits like that. Even you.
Fucking Christ, you cunt.
Honestly, to me, this all stinks of one big media play.
No, not it at all.
Oh, come on. Somehow you know where to find the gear truck of some Asian dolls doing a cover of your song? Juicy little scandal for the media. Best case scenario, you know the game you're playing. Worst, they're playing you.
Ah, fuck. Sure hope you're wrong. Because otherwise, Johnny would have been right. From the get-go.
What's Johnny got to do with any of this?
Well, Johnny accused me of leaving Samurai for money. And fame.
But that's not true.
No, it's true. Won't lie. But he also said I'd be putting myself on a corp leash.
And that's not something you'll admit to.
The us cracks thing. What if I'm a product just like those dolls? Drowning in dirty money instead of swimming in it.
Carrie, this shit's straight binary. Wanna be free? Keep the right to rebel? Shouldn't have signed a multi-million Eddie deal with the biggest media conglomerate in the country.
V, seriously think that? They got the rights to my songs. Well, fuck, not to me.
That's not how this city works. There's a contract. There's no you.
You're wrong. And I'll prove it to you.
Sure hope so, Care.
Better be going. Thanks for,
Don't mention it.
What do you want?
The coordinates of a vehicle that went dark near to where you are now.
Thanks. I'll try to find and reset.
Ooh, that was almost my life. What? Combat cab? Nah, I'm good. What? Where? Oh, you mean Delamain? No.
Hello? Oh, hey, V. You calling about something or just wanted to catch up?
The former. Found your job posting about Swedenborg Riviera on the net.
Oh, that. Wow. I completely forgot about that whole thing.
So, is it still going?
I mean, I still want to scroll a segment about it, so if you can find anything at all on Swedenborg, I'll pay you back in black caviar and champagne. But I doubt you'll find anything new.
What have you managed to dig up so far?
Short story? Fuck all.
And the long story?
Well, it looks like Swedenborg Riviera isn't just a radical philosopher and economist, but a damn good netrunner, too.
Jack of all trades. Could you tell me more?
I could, but... it'd be a waste of your time. I'm telling you, the guy's a ghost.
Can't hurt to try, right?
Well, aren't you just bursting with a can-do attitude? Have it your way, then. I started looking into all this about a year ago, right after one of Swedenborg's followers lobbed a Molotov into the Helvetia branch. Tried finding some way to reach the guy, came up blank. Total brick wall. Hired a private eye, also came up with squat.
And the IP linked to the account? He would have used cloaking daemons, but there's always a mark, a trace.
Well, I didn't know I was dealing with such a pro here. Guess what? I tried that. I managed to pinpoint the SIG to Santo Domingo, but linking it to any specific address was a non-starter. District's jam-packed with units, as I'm sure you know. Asked some locals if anyone saw or heard anything, cash in hand. Zilch, nada. Dried up all my leads.
Got it. Listen, send me the coordinates of the last data term that relayed the signal, okay? I'll take a look. Worst case, I'll lose an hour of my life. Best case, well, who knows?
Hey, if you're offering, why not? But seriously, V, I wouldn't get my hopes up. Happy hunting.
God, why are you in this mode? Excuse me. No. The fuck? Ooh, I gotta kill some netrunner bitches. No, why would I kill him?
Why this obsession with Sweden fuck? Hoping once you find him he'll spill the meaning of life? Here, I'll save you the trouble. Life makes no sense.
In my head, agreed. Now how about some quiet time? Can't think.
You stopped thinking long before I got here. But sure, blame it all on the guy in your head.
Wait. Shh. I need to look around.
This game would be really cool in VR. I mean, I did buy a mod to play it, but my PC's like, no, fuck you. Shit, and that's how I die. Oh, I live? I live, bitch. Okay, how did I fall again? Okay. I was trying to get... What's this?
Pirate router.
Think this is our Swedes doing?
Only one way to find out.
Hacker man.
Sig's a match with what Nancy was tracking. And goes further. Out to the Badlands. Like a server proxy.
Don't tell me that's where we're heading
shouldn't
next.
we?
Cause this is all one big waste of time. The fuck do you care about a Borg fucking Swede? He rubs out sayings like a randy teenager and the whole world's guzzling it up. The three branches of government is a lobotomy on the people's autonomy. I mean, what the fuck?
I get what's going on here. You're jealous.
Jealous? About this shit, Swede? You out of your fucking mind?
Because he's the one all the anarchist and fist pump. Nice talking to you.
Ah, fuck! No, I was listening to that. I love roasting Johnny when I can. Fuck. Wait. Is it back up? Oh. Oh. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. Am I still in art? Oops. Aw, man. I said that. Said what? Steam Decky, are you charged all the way? Okay.
Think this is our Swedes doing?
Only one way to find out.
Ah, shit.
Sig's a match with what Nancy was tracking. And
Don't tell me that.
why should...
Cause this is all... The...
Oh. I get what's going on here. You're jealous.
Jealous? About this shit, Swede? You out of your fucking mind?
Because he's the one all the anarchists and fist pumpers are quoting, while you played in piss-soaked dives for a bunch of stoned zit faces.
Don't talk shit about what you don't know. Happy fucking trail.
Oh my god. Ah, shit. That kicked me out. Oh, no. Sorry about that. Game over again. No, the first one I don't know why that was, but the second one that was me. I was checking to see if my Steam Deck was charged. I didn't think it would actually kick me out the game because I closed the damn thing. Nah, that'd be crazy. No, let's just check to see if it was fully charged. I would never stream off of that shit. Not saying it's not possible, but I wouldn't do it. Oh my god, like what?
I'm Arif Iqbal, and you're watching WNS News. New details have emerged.
I would want to kind of find a new stream
Arasaka at the Arasaka-sponsored Dashi parade. Early accounts first
I want to
reported
kind of like.
struck as the parade was in full swing.
I kind of want to get away from using Streamlabs, honestly.
Platform. Fortunately, Arasaka security forces, under the personal direction of Yorinobu Arasaka, quickly tracked down the abductors and secured Hanako-sama. Yorinobu-sama has since issued.
I gotta look for a new stream bot to use. That's not fucking Streamlabs. Say no more. I played that on stream already. I beat that game long time ago. It's also on my YouTube. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I liked it. You know what? What? You're gonna get the game yourself? Okay. Are you gonna stream it? Okay. Green. I didn't know who else would be interested in a game like that, though. Huh?
No, I don't have it. Well, how am I supposed to know who's got it? Dude, this is your problem, not mine.
Oh, okay, it's one of those. I get to kill people. Oh, that's tough. Ooh. Should have took that sniper at first, but I got so excited. I like killing people. Well, in game, not in real life. You go to jail for that, you know?
I'll sell you for scrap!
Wow. I thought somebody would have had at least come running. Okay. It's kind of open area. There's no way for me to like hide. Really well.
What? Man, I can't hear you. Wait. Oh, you mean him? Honestly, I don't know. Must go solo. I know. Yeah.
Signal leads here and disappears again.
That's weird.
You ain't take shit.
Game on.
Oh, shit. Kind of hard to kill people with no fucking walls to hide by. Damn, let me pick up his. Machines, fine. Is this guy taking a piss? He is! Gross! Okay. Since you want to play hard again? Let me just go up and talk to you real close. Fucking bitch. Making me play the game in such a stealth way. Bye. Bye-bye. Who wants to die? Bye-bye. Goodbye. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Oh, that was it? Oh.
Another router.
Sounds like this Swedenborg really...
Oh, thought you were done talking to me.
I was. But it's not like I got anyone else to talk to. I'd go through your memories, but I don't want to puke all over your hippocampus. Well, hack away or whatever it is you were gonna do. Please, something happen.
What? Wait, I get... You need to tell me this whole time I was an upgrade and shit. Oh man, I had a chance to throw a knife and I fucking did not throw a knife. Okay, we definitely throwing a knife next week. Next motherfuckers we see. Somebody's gonna get a knife thrown at them. We're gonna have knives. Oh, that's why, because I have this. Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of a bunch of items. Good talk. What is this? Yeah, all these shits I gotta, those I gotta put back into my stash. Ah, I already fucked up. Shit. Good talk. Hacker man. Ooh. Dang, y'all drive mad shit. Watch this shit be a fucking computer, bro.
So when can we expect the new Carrie Uridine album to drop?
Touchy subject, V. Got a few ideas in the works. Mostly scraps, though. We'll see what comes of them. Little busy with more important things at the moment.
Like what?
Well, drinking mostly and procrastinating.
You know what? Her little anarchic gesture back there. Kinda liked it.
Speaking of anarchy, how'd you get into this? I mean...
Asking why I do what I do?
Yeah. Why?
Gets old. Working a desk in perfectly climate-controlled conditions.
Wait. Tell me you work for the post office, not a court.
Arasaka.
You're kidding.
Long story, but our paths diverged. We parted amicably. Sort of.
I mean, respect. Johnny always said you only leave Arasaka feet first. Here you are, still kicking.
Yeah, sort of.
Right.
Her little anarchic gesture back there. Kinda liked it.
Since...
Speaking of anarchy, how'd you get in?
Okay.
This, I mean...
Asking why I do what I do?
Yeah. Why?
Gets old. Working a desk in perfectly climate-controlled conditions.
Wait. Tell me you work for the post office, not a court.
Arasaka.
You're kidding.
Long story.
Why the hell I can't skip this fucking mess? These, Oh yeah, this shit I can skip, but not this.
Respect. Johnny always said you only leave Arasaka feet first. And here you are, still kicking.
Yeah, sort of. Later.
Hey, can I call her? I like how she only got 3 kids.
Everything okay between you and River?
Yeah, finally found common ground. Better late than never.
Silver lining, considering the circumstances.
When I thought I might never see my Randy again. But all's well that ends well. I got my Randy back. And my brother, too.
Oh shit.
Joss, River told me about your parents.
He must really trust you. He'd hardly tell a soul about them.
Must have been a nightmare to see him die like that. How'd you hold up?
The orphanage put some things in perspective, but mostly it was us having each other. For a while. But my brother's obsession got the better of him. Like he needed to catch all the world's killers with his own two hands.
Not really all bad. Cop with a calling's one rare breed.
I guess, but I prefer how he is now. Finally come to terms with life and himself.
Hope it's nothing but bright days ahead for Randy.
You never know with him. I swear, not since he lost his father.
Pretty tough blow for a kid to weather.
But after what that psycho did to him, I think it could change things for the better.
Don't doubt it. Can't be easy, raising 3 kids on your own.
Well, it wasn't any easier with my husband. In fact, the best days were when he didn't come home.
Okay, you said that shit already.
He'd disappear for a month, just to not have him hang around.
Let's, change this subject. Hang in there, Joss.
Shit, that totally confused me. I forgot what I was supposed to do.
Talk later.
This car's fast.
Get far enough from the smell, even Night City could be beautiful.
The fuck?
Fuck.
Let me guess. Another router? My dick theory's starting to seem like a real possibility. And?
Gotta get going.
What? I already did that. Oh, wait, why is it telling me to go back? That's gonna hurt. Okay. The fuck?
Trail cuts off here.
So what? Asshole hiding here someplace?
Oh, maybe. Or maybe we get to another terminal. Have to see.
Funny area, this. Kind of complements our guy's style, doesn't it?
How? This theme park another parody of capitalism run amok?
Cheap entertainment for brain-dead gonks, that's how.
Sharks, dolphins, and octopi. See them all at the Lost Ocean exhibition. Even notice.
Capital is the blood of the global system of oppression. Money is a tool used by the colonial oppressors of our minds. Class division is the breeding ground of anarchy.
Wait, what the hell is this?
What it looks like. Swedenborg Riviera. Ha! Come one, come all, for the profit of Night City. Ha! Oh, that's too good. A wind-up philosopher in a box. And see what he cranks out next.
How is this even possible?
Not a fucking clue. But Jesus, V, how beautiful is this? Half the net's getting tweaked on wisdom from a puppet in a glass case. Hairs are being split. Spit is flying over interpretations. Oh, man.
Hey, what the fuck?
50 years of soul prison was worth it for this moment right here.
You shall meet an attractive lobbyist when you least expect a violent outbreak of class warfare. Success is the delusion of the soul.
Need to take a look. Somebody must have tampered with this thing.
Seriously? What, you think you're gonna find a jack-in-a-box who wants to become a real boy?
Look, someone hooked Swedenborg up to the net.
What are you waiting for? Let's see what secrets are flowing in those cables.
More slides, the biggest wave fuel on the West Coast. Coming soon in 2079.
Ramen doku. Randall. Damn, this one's hard. Yo, they want me to hack this shit so fucking fast.
Have you spent at least 100 euro?
The fucking buff.
Collect your free roller coaster ticket now.
Ah. Finally, shit.
Looking for work? Help us build this. Help us build it.
Okay, so
And then hooked it up to the net through a system of routers that masks the signal origin. Pure fucking genius. Can we find whoever did this? I need to shake their hand.
unlikely for two reasons. First, they didn't leave a trace. Second, you're dead, Johnny.
Oh, right. When I get in a good mood, I forget that. Hey, V, don't turn it off, huh?
Nah, don't worry, Johnny. I'm not gonna take away Night City's philosopher of the people.
Huh. Well then, to Swedenborg Riviera. Long
The
may
means
you
of production should belong to the collective unconscious. Capital is the blood of the global system of oppression.
The sunny side of Night City.
Ah, V. Let me guess. You called to tell me you're done bashing your head against the wall?
Well, not exactly. You found something.
We? Someone with you?
No. No, I meant the royal we. So, about Swedenborg. It's all a big hoax.
Say what now?
It's an automated fortune teller. Strings words into deep-sounding mumbo-jumbo. Someone jacked it into the net. Probably laughing from his chair.
Shit, V! This story's even better than I thought. I'll take it from here. Oh, your Eddies on their way now. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, I'll make this my last one. Okay. Clothing store. I think I've been here already.
You part of the Voodoo Boys?
Don't ask questions like these. Not safe.
Looking to buy some preem streetwear.
You've come to the right place. Zami Pam.
What is this? What's this? I thought I would make it.
Hey, you lost or something? Sorry, don't got a map. Hey, Rick, you got a map?
Nope, use mine for smokes. And wherever you want to be, sure as shit ain't here.
Hear that? Nothing for you here. Have a nice day now.
Don't mind me.
Kinda hard when you're hovering over us, huh? Don't you got somewhere to be?
What's in the briefcase?
What? This piece of junk? Yeah, probably nothing.
Cans? Maybe bottles? Who knows?
How'd you find that? Doesn't take an expert to see it's corp-owned.
You from the Lost and Found or something? Hey, if it isn't your biz, then don't go making it.
Give it to me, now!
Hey, take it easy, boss. We can work something out, right? Come on.
Don't make me repeat myself.
What are you waiting for? Give it to her. Trust me, you won't get it open anyway.
We'll see about that. Where'd you find it? I said, where?
Those dumpsters, over there. For fuck's sake, Josh.
Look, it wasn't us, all right? Gunk was already cold, we swear.
Wait, really? And here I had you pegged for top-tier mercs. Now out of my way.
Fine. Take it. But, like, chill the fuck out, okay?
Hacker, man.
Open sesame.
You just had to open your mouth, didn't you? Give me a fucking break already.
Oh, get open. We're fucking rich.
Well, look what we have here.
What?
What are you doing?
Looks like we got him.
Oh, yeah. Damn. I laid the fuck out. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, they hurt.
Open and fire! Hands down!
Oh, I can't see my.
Keep hands! Keep firing! Open and fire!
I can't see my. Oh, there we go. Can't see my goddamn visor.
Hands down! Shots fired! Hands down! Someone take that position! Stay together! We stay alive! Hit confirmed! Target hit! Fire! Cover!
Uh, fuck. Damn. I'm too easy, I know. I need to get a really. I need to get a stronger knife. Though.
Looks like we got company.
You fucking dog!
burn! Fire! Fire!
Oh, fuck.
Target hit! Hit confirmed!
I'm not in the same fucking spot. Damn it. I just wanna kill him with a knife. This is so fucking hard. I just wanna kill him with the knife, okay? I wanna kill somebody with a knife.
Looks like we got company.
We're being attacked! Reach! Target hit! Fire! Fire!
Ah, shit.
Looks like we got company.
She attacked me! Fire! Finish her off!
Oh, fuck.
Hit!
Damn it. Now I'm fucking up. It's hard to see. For some reason, with this gun, it's very hard to see. Why is it so hard to see the lens, the crosshairs with this gun? So I can't really see.
Careful! Target has corpse cyberware! Someone take that position! Surround her!
Ah, shit. Dang. That's fun. I just threw that shit and it just hit his ass. That made me so happy.
Company.
Cover you! Fire! Hit confirmed!
I have to scratch my ear. Oh, it's fun.
Looks like we got company.
Someone take that position! Careful! Target!
Moment of truth. Here. What the hell is this?
What's it look like? Brancesi, 2021. Untitled number 18. Oil on canvas. Sheesh. Pearls before swine.
Well, well, who knew Johnny Silverhand's a lover of fine art?
Not me. One of my exes. She was a painter. Bona fide psycho, like all of them. The sex, though, can't even begin to describe it.
Yeah, I'd really rather you didn't. But the hell was this doing on the moon?
Why else? Some bougie prick hung it on his wall. Half the Louvre's floating in space.
You ever been there?
Puh, with the chump change I got screaming into a mic? Yeah, in my dreams. All right, let's bail before heads start rolling. As for the painting, you'll have buyers lining up in no time.
Alright. That was fun. I didn't know that your knife comes back to you, so that's good to know. Why is Max playing Tekken? Yeah, I can hear myself. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys over the music pixels. Have a good night. Adios. Stay warm, stay dry, stay hot, and stay high.